Okay. I need to get this in. I'm like in my mental is all over the place. I love how the glare from my light, even though it's behind the monitor, I can still see it. Boost that music. The biggest crime of this band is the lead singer doesn't do any solo stuff. Okay, so I want to talk about something that's been really pissing me off. So I got a jury duty summons, and I don't think it's a fucking mystery that I hate doing things I don't want to do. Like to the point of I would rather suffer in my head than even consider doing it. Trying to make plans with the homies sucks because either I'm busy or they're busy. Yep. Can't you like refuse jury duty? I can reschedule it, but I can only reschedule it twice. And if I acknowledge it, then they know I got it. But you can also ignore it. But it's also one of them. Like the thing is like I don't even want to go there. That's the thing, right? I'm stubborn as shit. I don't even want to fucking be there. I want zero part of it. Like I have so little interest in being a juror. I don't like the idea of judging people. I don't care how fucking guilty or not guilty they are. I don't want to do it. I won't do it. So, it's just like eat a dick. Like they're like, "Oh, we're going to fine you." And I'm like, "Fine me, bro. You don't even have my phone number. You don't even have my email. You it's like I don't know. Ever since I turned 18 and became an adult legally, I have been like, okay, anything that I don't want to do, I'm not doing it. Oh, as an adult, you have to do things you don't want to do. And I'm like, I'm sorry, motherfucker, but as of this point right now, I'm 24. I still, for the majority of my life, I have been doing things I didn't want to do. So, if not the entire time, from the ages of like 1 to 18 or 1 to 17, I've been doing things I don't want to do. So, tough titties. I'm sorry. It's like the second you give free will to someone like me, they're just not gonna give it back. You know what I mean? One of my friends got jury summons at like 14 or 15. Yeah, it's like, oh, it's a civic duty. Fuck you, man. Like, it's like, oh, it's a jury of your peers or whatever. And I'm like, I don't fucking care. I don't know you. It's just like I didn't get arrested. I'm sorry, dude. I make my choices. They make theirs. I have zero interest in participating in their bullshit. And I'd go as far as to rather be mad about it and borderline ruin my day over it rather than go. Call it stupid, call it stubborn, but that's just how that's my stance on it, and I'm just gonna stick with it. I want to see. But yeah, fuck jury duty, dude. I'm like, see, it's like I think about like if they honestly, dude, this is where I stand on like kind of just government shit in general. Is that if they didn't do mail-in ballots, I genuinely wouldn't fucking vote. Just that slight inconvenience to me is just more than enough for me to not do something. And I'm like, oh, I'm trying to think about it. Like I've been really working on like shifting my perspective more, especially just on generalized things, right? So like the way I'm shifting this perspective is like, oh, well, you want to meet new people, don't you? You want to like go out and like just kind of see the world a bit more, which is something I do want to do. But the thing that's different is that I have outlets of places where I can go that one I know where people are going to see me and want to see me and I'm going to want to be there and want to participate and want to like do the thing there, right? Like whenever there's a race weekend, like every Wednesday still like my friends go hang out. I would rather make that 2-hour drive than the 10-minute drive to jury duty because it is just something I'd rather do. And it's just like I think about it, it's like, well, how then I'm like, okay, well, what about a job, right? And I'm like, that's the reason I'm working so hard to get a job I like is because I can put myself into a position where I can actually enjoy doing it and want to do it. It's just like, listen, I love my mom, but but she very is much like you got to do it by the book. You got to just kind of suck shit and deal with it. But, you know, when you've been doing that most of your life and you can absolutely guarantee that people aren't going to make the best choices for you, tough shit, man. Like, you know, like you do not have my best interest at heart, especially like an entity that has like I want nothing to do with right out of the gate. I compare like government shit to school, right? It's you either love it or you fucking hate it. And it's just like and most people are just like in the middle and you deal with it, but like I fucking hate it. I did make it's like because like this morning, the reason I'm thinking about it is because I logged into the jury duty like portal thing. Do you legally have to do jury duty? I there's a possibility of a fine, but I would rather pay the fine because I don't have any money that they can take. I genuinely like that's how badly I don't want to do it. I would rather take the fine. I don't care. I cannot be bothered. I it's like it's just so beyond like I don't know, man. Because here's the other thing is that like the last time here's the thing is that the last time I was in like a court setting, all they did was lecture me for an hour, right? And it was one of those things where it's like you just do stupid shit as a kid, right? I wasn't a bad kid. I was just doing something stupid and got punished for it. And it's just like, okay, the hour and a half interaction I had with that cop was probably enough, you know? But instead they lecture you for like an hour and I'm like pissing myself because you know I've never been in that much trouble before. And then they tell you it was a curfew ticket. I swear to God, we were doing donuts in a parking lot and I was 16 and the cop got real fucking high and mighty and he was like, "We're gonna give you a curfew ticket." And it was one of those things where it was just like It was it was just stupid. It was just something stupid you do as a kid, you know? Like we weren't drinking, we weren't smoking, we were just doing donuts in a parking lot. Exactly. Exactly. Like, and it was just like instead it's just like I got an hour and a half lecture from a cop, and then I get an hour and a half lecture from like some like judge lady. She wasn't even a judge. She was just like a personal defender or something. I don't even know. And she was very rude and very nasty. And it's like, fine, I get it. You deal with delinquents all the time, but it's like they can see what you did. You know what I mean? They can see what you did. There's a written report about what I did, and I saw the report. It literally just said curfew ticket for trespassing and doing donuts in a parking lot. That's what it said. That's what it said. They can see it, and I'm like, and it's like you look around the room, right, and you're just like, dude, one, I don't look like the rest of the people in here. These people, you know the look that I'm talking about. You just know what these people fucking look like. I don't look like these people, and I can almost guarantee you that like it was just like, and it was just like, oh, we're just trying to get you not to come back, and I'm like, okay, well, it worked. But here's the thing: it's not going to stop me from doing stupid shit. It's going to teach me to hide it better. You know, like I don't know. I just think like the whole like local government thing and anything related to crime and punishment. It's like I get it. I do. Like and I get it. You can't like make it personal to the individual of like what they'd rather do and not do. But like, you know, not being a nasty cunt about it is really, you know, kind of a step further, right? They hand you a paper saying you're guilty, right? You don't get no that's the thing, is like you don't get a jury, you don't get a trial, you just get like it's like if you get a misdemeanor as a minor, you have to do like community service hours or you pay a fine. And most of the time it's like $100 fine. And it's just like I like my mom will still give me shit about it today. But it's just like, dude, it just poisons your mind to just like a way of thinking that for me at least was already there. It was already there. I have never not thought like this, but all it does is amplify it more and more and more. It's just like, why don't you go? You won't be in trouble. And it's just like, cool. If I'm not in trouble, why am I going? Well, if you don't go, you will be in trouble. It's just like, listen, dude, I've been living my life perfectly fine, and the only hindrance that I've run into is this bullshit you're about to hand me. Oh, it's your civic duty. Oh, you have to. You need to do this. And just like, dude, I like it's just like what do you want? It's like you really want to waste an hour of my time like this. You at the least, God forbid you get caught in the actual trial. Oh my god, then you're there for fucking weeks. Oh, they pay you. Oh, they accommodate your time. And I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't fucking care. I want nothing to do with it. It's just like here's the thing, man. Money talks. Money talks. They're trying to get you to do this thing, and you're just like, well, you if you pay a fine, and I'm like, give me the fine. I don't care. I'd rather pay it than not do it. Exactly, like an actual slap on the wrist would just. I would. It's just like, dude, my excuse in my head is like, I'm not in the country. There's no way they can check. There's literally no way they can tell me no. Like they have no legal right to come to my house. They can't come and check on me. They can't do this. They can't even contact me. Like they don't have my phone number. They don't have my email. They have an address and I can absolutely just say like, "Oh, a family member logged in for me. I'm not in the country. What do you want me to do? I'm not leaving. It's still my primary residence, but I'm not in the country. So what do you want me to do? I could be fucking anywhere." I don't know. Like I said, I'm making this like way bigger than it needs to be, but like here's the thing, right? When I get pissed off at shit, I just let it blow up. I'll let it blow up. I don't care. I know it's like here's the thing, is like I know what that feeling is of just letting it go, of letting it blow up. It's a lot easier for me to just let it detonate than it to just fucking fizzle out. Because it's like ripping a band-aid off. Like it's just like I either slowly peel it off, like, oh, it's not bothering me, it's not bothering me, and I ignore it and I ignore it and I ignore it and I ignore it. Or I just get blow up about it and it's done and I won't think about it tomorrow. So I'm choosing the latter. I fucking like I hate hate bureaucracy. I hate it. Right? Especially like, it it's one of those things where it's just like in my religious reading path, right? It's one of those things when you run into a passage of God chooses their juries and judges so no common man can do it. Right? I'm on that Terraria vibe, nice. And that really doesn't help my case because it fuels that fire of like, cool, I wasn't chosen. The government chose me. And honestly, dude, the government's not God. They're not. You can inconvenience me all you want, but it's just like you're not God. You're not God. Honestly, dude, these past 3 elections were the most important elections I think we've ever had in recent history, and I really don't see like you need to like I really don't see myself taking part in any election prior to this, like after this. I don't. I just don't care that much. And here's the other thing is that the feeling I get, like I wasn't happy with either result. I hated the process of the election. I hate just sitting through it because it inconveniences me. It makes my day longer. It makes it more stressful, and it's something I have no fucking control over. Cuz here's the thing, right? I can deal with a lot of pressure. I can handle a lot of dumb shit. And I'm not worried. Like that's the thing is that like people think it's like, oh, it's gonna change the world, it's gonna change the country, it's gonna change this, it's gonna change that. It's not gonna do anything. Nothing changes. I don't know. Like I get so fucking, I just get so pent up about it, and like I said, I'm just letting this blow off, and I just get really fucking sick of it because there is a part of me that just like I want to just like run away to the woods and hide and never be seen again. There is a part of me that really wants to do that because the thing that pisses me off a lot, apart from most things, is all I want is to be left alone. When I'm in my little space that I've been building and structuring and crafting as much as I can by my own hands and by the will of God to create something that I am proud of and that I would like to maintain, when anything extra comes into that to even hint at threatening that, I am just going to I'm going into lockdown mode. I'm like, you're not going to do this to me. I'm not going to let you do this to me because it's just like, again, I've dealt with years of bullshit, over a decade of bullshit, and it's just like I'm not giving that up. And it's just like I just think about the like, oh, what are you gonna do? And like, it's like I want to meet people. You want to do this? And I'm like, I have great friends. I have great resources, and when I need to interact with people, it's or a want to interact with people. I'm a different person. And the thing is like the worst thing is that I'm aware of it, right? And I think that's the thing. Like when I see like something like jury duty school, like anything like that's just like bureaucracy, basically. I'm just like I don't like the person I see, right? Like in my head, I don't like that person. Like I'm very quiet. I'm very reserved. I don't want to do anything. You're gonna have to fucking force me out the door. You're gonna have to force me to do anything and everything, and I don't want any part of it. I don't like that person. It's not a fun person to be around. So it's just like, and the way I can tell is that like when I go out to like a race weekend and with my friends, I'm a completely different person. I'm much happier. I'm much brighter. I'm louder. I just want to be more like there, right? I'm a much better person to be around. Kind of like like the person you see on stream is like how I want to be like outside, right? And when I'm with my friends, I am that person. It's great. I love it. It's fantastic. But again, like anything school related, anything government related, anything where you're forced to do something, it's just like I'm not that person. I'm not that person. My school's director is sending out some Google forms because students have to make businesses, and one of them asked for my top 3 albums, so I gave them Absolute Peak. Love it. I'm coming down. I'm coming down. And again, I love my mom to death, but I really wish she would back off on a lot of these. The thing is that I feel like I am mentally and emotionally more ready to deal with the consequences than I think she realizes. And she's a mom, you know. She's my mom. Of course she wants me to not have to run into those consequences. But there's a piece of me that's just like I know what the consequences can be and I still don't care, right? And that's the thing. That's my problem. Is that like I can fairly safely assume what these consequences are going to be and I just don't care. Because it's just like, oh, but you may be inconvenienced later, and I'm just like, I still can't be bothered, dude. When and if it gets to that point, I'm like, come and find me, dude. If you want me that fucking badly, like I killed somebody, come get me. If you want me there that fucking badly, that desperately, come get me. And it's a maybe a be careful what you wish for thing, but like, dude, one of these days, man, I'm gonna I'm gonna be completely financially free because that's the only controlling factor of my life left is I'm not financially free yet. But when that time comes where I am financially free, there is nothing that anybody can do or say to me. Nothing. It's a level, when I talk about fuck you money, right? There's a great scene from The Gambler. It's probably the one everyone thinks of when they think of fuck you money. It's $2 million back in the '90s was the number you needed. That was the exact number. You get yourself an indestructible Japanese shitbox economy car. You get a house with a fucking $200,000 like with a $200,000 mortgage. Pay that 30 years. Slowly pay that off. Another $1 million in the bank to pay your taxes, and that's a level of fuck you. Boss pissing you off, fuck you. Someone tells you to do something, fuck you. And I know God wants something more out of me, and I'm trying to give more. And it's things that I want to give. That's the difference, right? When there's an outside entity that is trying to take what I'm willing to give up to something that I would rather give, I can choose who and what I give it to, right? Like I want to give it to my family, I want to give it to my friends. Hell, I'd rather give it to you guys on stream. But like I like this is why I keep doing it, you know? Like I love streaming. I love giving you my time. But the just something that like the last in my opinion, the last thing that I absolutely had to do. I also may be sick again, but I got a test tomorrow, so I'm gonna still go to fucking school. God. The last thing that I had to do, like absolutely had to do, was get my driver's license. That was it. And the second I got it, it was an immovable freedom. It was like it's fucking over. It's over. And anything and everything around it didn't matter. Like there's things that are going to happen in the future that are going to but like they're going to be things I want to do, like buying my first house, buying my first car, you know, getting married. Those are things that are just like those are things that scare me, but I'd really want to do them, right? And I'm just trying to grow into the person that can be capable of doing them, right? And it's not that I can't pretend to do things I don't want to do. I absolutely can. It's that I hate them so much that I'm not even going to bother putting that face on. Like it's an old face, it's an old mask, and I want it to just stay buried. Again, tough titty, man. And it's just one of those things where I'm like, maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I won't. I don't care. Again, like this is the part of the blow up where I really am like I can finally think clearly where I'm just like I just don't care, dude. I just want to be left alone. I just want like the part of the blow up where I'm like it's finally like on the come down where I can think a bit more clearly, where I can analyze and do more, and I'm just like, dude, it's like I can breathe, right? I just want to do shit that I want to do, man. I hate that excuse of like, oh, all adults have to do shit they don't want to do. Well, I'm built different. I'm built different, bro. I don't do things I don't want to do. There's nothing in my life that I do that I don't want to do. And it's a blessing. It is a great blessing, you know? I thank God whenever I can. Even when I lose money, even when I do something stupid, when I lose, I still thank God because it's a fucking mistake and a lesson that I wanted to learn. And he gave me the opportunity to do that. So, again, like if someone like punched you in the face and it's just like, "Why did I hit you?" and they're trying to teach you, it's like I'd sooner put a bullet in between their eyes before I acknowledged what lesson they were trying to teach me, you know? Like it's just like you're just like fuck you. People aren't supposed to give you lessons. You're supposed to find those out on your own. I don't know. I'm just like I don't know where my head's at with this whole thing. It just brings out a person in me that I really don't like. I think that's like kind of that's a piece of this core. That's a piece of this core of myself is that like there's something within this that I don't like. There's a person in there that I don't like, and I don't want to see that person again because that person is someone like who was very depressed, hurt people, and didn't like do anything really productive. And I don't. I acknowledge that person. I just I'm like I don't want anything again. I'm 24. I shouldn't have to. I understand that that person exists, right? Again, I it's like it's not that I don't take responsibility for that person. I do. It's one of those things where it's like that's why I couldn't like I can't like go back and talk to people from like middle school or even the few people I met when I was in high school. I can't talk to those people. I don't know those people. They don't know who I am. They have a vision of who I was, but I'm not that person anymore. And the further away I get from that person, the happier I get. So that's kind of like my life path, you know? Like I don't know. I just don't like I want to again, I want to get as far away from that person as I can. It's not a good person. I don't know. I feel like I need this is I want to talk to my therapist about this because again, I've put a lot of work into like being a better person and making myself happier with myself. I put a lot of work into that, and whenever I get pulled backwards into the person I didn't want to be, I I'm just like not only is it lack of progress, it's not even like you're going back. It's just a lack of a step forward. It's just like cool. Here we go. Great. It's like you want this person so badly, here you fucking go. Really wanted to try a mage, but I got Ballo hurt in the musket. Hmm. I knew this was gonna let go. I just didn't know when. I'm just trying to see if there was a signal at any point. See, that doesn't line up. We're running off the 3 minute and the 15 minute, by the way. Dude, this band fucking slaps. It's a real shame that like they get like no listens on Spotify. All right, it ran away. I'm so mad, dude. I just am. I feel like whenever I'm in this mental, like when I'm in this mental, right? When I'm in this space, all it does is hurt me. All it does is just it is one of those things where I'm just like it's something that is completely out of my control, right? Usually I'm pretty good at just letting go of shit, right? If it's truly like if it doesn't affect me, then I just don't even bother. But something like this, it just is like it just really fucks with my head. It pulls focus away from where I feel like I need to be, and it definitely feels it's where I want to be, right? And it's pulling me away, and I don't like that. Like, because I just want to spend as much time in this space as I can, because this is what's going to get me to where I want to be, right? And I really want to get to where I want to be. I want to take part in more things apart from fucking jury duty. I don't know, man. I just really am. It's like, oh, you're making a big deal out of it for no reason. And I'm like, well, it's not a new thing for me. So whatever. What are the odds of me doing EOC and wood armor? Yeah, I think that's something you're gonna do. You might get another opportunity here. It's expert mode and I'm rusty as fuck. I like your odds, my friend. I like your odds. New 15-minute candle. I'm trying to look at my fucking 15-minute chart, but it's actually really hard to see because of the fucking glare from this stupid goddamn spotlight. I need to get a dash ASAP. The fellas and I have been talking about starting our own Terraria playthrough on like maybe this weekend. I'm just gonna try and be patient here. If anything, like let's just accept if we watch it, we watch it. Oh, Thinkorswim had wait, what is I don't think that did anything. Oh. It's not even doing anything. We're not gonna get filled. Next mark is 512. All right, it ran away. It's fine. So I guess we're running on the 3 minute. You know, I genuinely okay. If I could write a bot, I'm really bad at committing to the coding stuff. I want to be better at it. I want to be better at just like throwing myself into it. I don't know why. Because it really, it's just like one of those things, man. Like I don't feel like it could be that difficult. It's just I'm maybe this weekend. I don't know because I can spot patterns. We can code. We can plot patterns, dude. I love Terraria because if you vibe and it'll take you 80 hours just to beat every boss. like I want to just kind of talk about this feeling just kind of sitting here, and I touched on it just a second ago, but like seriously, man, like when I just get that the blow up off, I'm just like it's like right here, it's like right here, and it's just like is this feeling of like I want to get away, I want to go away, I want whatever it's just, that's all it is, like it's just go away, and and the go away is to that old person, right? And everyone has that person inside them, like that just you just want them to fuck off. And because all it does is slow you down. But that doesn't feel right. It's not that it just slows you down. It's it's a slight feeling of like shame. Like I can't believe I was this person. I'm so much further away from this person than I really realize, but it still has power over me in certain places. Like whenever something flares up that I don't want to do, aggressively don't want to do, it flares up and it makes me pissed off. It makes me sick. It makes me angry. It makes me all these things that are very familiar to that old person, and it makes you want to, and it makes you just really, I don't know. It makes me feel like I want to be more productive, right? It makes me feel like I can do more, right? It's not like I want to shrivel up into a ball. I know I can do more, and I'm frustrated because I'm part of me isn't doing more. It's not that I'm not doing more. It's that I'm really trying to put words to this. What is it? It's like I'm tired of living with this version of myself still a part of me. And it's not like I can cut it off. I can't. And a part of me doesn't want to. I'm appreciating and content with it being a part of me. But if you're gonna be a part of me, right? If it stays a part of me, I want to use that feeling, those feelings, and that energy to something more productive. And it's like if I'm not where I'm at, I feel like it just fizzles out. And it's what is it? Like I'm just it's not frustration because it feels like passion, right? Because that person inside me doesn't want to be that person either, right? And I don't want to, it's like I don't want to stop until I'm the person that I know I can be and the person that I want to be, right? But it's so, and nothing that I'm saying feels off. I don't want to say wrong because it's not wrong. It's not wrong to feel like this. It's not wrong to have these feelings. It's a pursuit thing. It's like like you're hunting an animal and it gets away from you, and it's just like the animal's still around. You just need to refine. You just need to locate it again. It's the hunt within the hunt, right? Because I love this process of learning and unlearning and refining and hardening and just keeping the pace. And it's like that old person in me, whenever something inconvenient happens, feels like fuck. That it just like it goes into lockdown mode, and then like the person I'm trying to be is just like I like we were on such a good pace. We were doing so many good things, and now it's just like it feels like it's just all slowed down aggressively, and it's like it's just so much. It's a lot, and I'm trying to diagnose and figure this out at like in the moment. And it's like I don't mind. And the other thing is like I don't mind talking about it on stream. I feel like we should be more in tune with ourselves. I think talking about emotions, not necessarily like how do I describe it? Because I'm all about progress, like, and it's just like you have to acknowledge the previous pain, the previous challenges, the previous struggles, the previous people, the previous person you were. And I think it's really important, and you got to try to put words to it. And if you don't talk about it, if you don't try and talk through it, you're going to never get those words. You're never going to describe your very particular, precise feeling. And I want to understand myself better so I can be a better person for my for not just myself, but for my family, my friends, my future family, like my potential children. Like it's like if I don't know myself, like that's the thing, right? I see, like, you see so many things, you see so many people, especially going through life, and like I see so many horror stories of like parents who don't love their children, and I'm like, it's probably because they don't know themselves. They don't know what triggers them. They don't know what pisses them off. They don't know what makes them happy, right? All they know is sex and struggle, man. Like it's one of those really difficult things, and I'm just like I want to do as much as I can to figure it out. At least put more words to these questions, put more answers to these questions, right? And I feel like we're doing a lot of that. And sometimes you're gonna have streams like this where I'm just gonna try and work this out. Because even if you weren't here, I'm glad I'm in a space where I can do it, and you should do it, and you should talk about it, you should work through it, because you need to just. This is how you grow. This is really how you pursue. This is how you get shit done. And everyone has a different way of doing it, but it's one of those things where you just where you're not alone, right? To figure this out. And you might not know what it is, right? But whenever you get like triggered or something, I hate that word has been so they just gets thrown around too easily, because it literally is, like, I mean, like, there's no better word for it, but you literally just it's like a fucking it's like a trigger pull. It's like a fucking light switch, um, of things that make you pissed off, angry, frustrated, right? And there's a reason it's so powerful. Like for me, it reminds me of a lot of the shit I dealt with in childhood, and I want to get I want to acknowledge that I have gotten better, right? It's not that I want to delete that person. I don't. You have to be content. You have to acknowledge that person. You have to. You need to accept these things, right? I accept that I hurt people back in the past, more recent, and it's not like I accept that like I made stupid decisions. I accept that bad things happen. I accept that I was complacent with a lot of the bad things because I was so deep in a hole. But with that amount of pressure, it's given me this view of my potential, because if I can be this low, I can be that high, right? And I will accept no substitute for this. And I'm willing to put in the work. I'm willing to put in the sweat. I'm willing to put in the blood, tears. I don't care, because when you know how bad it can be, nothing will bother you. You will be fucking Superman. And whenever I feel like I've been injured emotionally or mentally, it is just like it's it's a reminder that you're mortal, you know? It's a reminder that you can fail and you can fall, and I always talk about, like, double up on your failure, but it's a different kind of failure, right? It's a different thing, and it's a more potent it's not even failure, it's just more it's a it's a potent spear of some kind, like, it literally just feels like jab, 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 and I don't even know how I would describe it. It's a reminder of that old person. It's a reminder of these old pains to remind you that you are just still that person is still there, right? And a part of it is like, it's like the same feeling of like you stub your foot, you stub your toe on a chair, right? And you do it every day, or you do it every other day. You do it consistently enough to notice. And it's just like, I want to move the chair. I want to move the chair so I stop stubbing my toe. Why don't I learn to not stub my toe on this chair? Well, you can't move the chair. You can acknowledge that the chair is there. And I think if you make that more conscious, that like, hey, the chair is immovable. It's a part of you. It's super glued to the floor. It's bolted to the floor. You can't move it. You just have to go around it. You have to just accept that it's there. And that's another like on a smaller scale. That's why I don't uh watch like rage bait. I don't do well. I try not to do Wall Street bets. I try not to watch car crashes. I try not to watch like just like bad things happening to people, even if it's deserved. Right, right. I just know in my head that it's that little dopamine rush that like, oh, I'm not this person. Oh, I'm so glad I'm not that person. And X, Y, and Z. And it's just like I'm so glad I'm this and that. And it's just like it's so much more. If I got filled at 40, that would have been beautiful. But situation changes. The situation changes. But it's like it makes me better. I feel, and I feel like better is the wrong word. It it makes me more complete. It makes me more rounded because to ignore certain aspects of things that trigger you or just make you just switch, like just something. It's important to acknowledge that and just describe it for yourself and just feel like, okay, let's go through this, and in my opinion, there is very few, if any, people that are really going to help you with that, right? I'm lucky enough and blessed enough to have a really good therapist, but it's more than that. A lot of the development is between me and God, right? Or just me and myself, even. And it's not like those people just abandon you and are away from you. It's not that. It's just that you know how you know because you are, right? You know how you feel because you are living that feeling. You are that feeling. You are that person. You are that subject. You are what you are, right? And there's no way around it. So the only thing you can guarantee is yourself. So just push through it, work through it. It's a struggle, but when it will add to that new person that you're trying to build, it'll add to that new life, that new experience, those new things that you want a taste of, right? And I'm trying to revisit the feeling and the topic that really got this whole thing started, which was just jury duty and generalized bureaucracy and just fucking school And for people it's different. For me, that's what for me it is. It's things that inconvenience me that don't that have no place in my life. They have zero place in my life. I will not shoehorn it into my life. I will not force it into my life because I don't want it. I don't want it. And if you are alive, if you are a breathing person, and there are some things that you're just gonna have to deal with in life, that's fair. That's fine. Everyone has to deal with shit at the beginning, right? But the day you are free enough and have the choice, right? Then you have a say in what happens, right? And for me, it was when I turned 18. It was when I became an legal adult. And I think it's backwards, right? As an adult, you have to do shit you don't want to do. That's not true. As a child, you have to do shit you don't want to do. Before you are an adult, you have to do shit you don't want to do. When you are an adult, you have a full choice. You have a choice. I am fucking certain of it because I live it. You absolutely have a choice. Will there be consequences and benefits to those choices? Yes, everything has a push and pull. But as a kid, at least from my personal experience, it was mainly consequences for the things people made me do. And I think that's why I feel like this. Okay, I'm not doing it. And in that moment, like even my mom just coming through the door, like it's out of my control, and it's fine, right? If the moment happens to you, right, and it's just like boom, boom, it's over. Like it doesn't bother me, but like in that moment, it distracted me from that realization of just like the the things you're forced to do. The thing I want to talk about, I want to that like I feel like I just landed on the fucking nail here. Like it was just like the reason I hate these things, the reason that they bother me personally, and this may be true to some other people, is the thing you are forced to do as a kid or as someone without control over the choices other people are making for you. You find out the consequences of those choices that other people have made for you, and they very rarely have a benefit for you. And it's not until you get older do you fucking realize that there was a benefit behind that. And even then, there's very little. There's very little. Like I talked about my first time getting a ticket and getting pulled over. I got lectured for like 2 fucking hours on why I did something stupid. Did I learn my lesson? No. No, I didn't. I just suffered through the consequences of it, and it was just something that could have been a slap on the wrist, and you know that, right? I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't steal from anybody. And I just think back of like, and it's not necessarily your parents. It was just like the people, the adults around you, or at least around me, that were making decisions for me. And I'm like, you don't know me. You don't know what is going on in my head. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know. And those were those experiences. Those were the things that piled up that really taught me that just like no, it was just flat out no. Like you don't know, you don't know, because like the mildest thing to anybody, this is why I try and be so kind of just like delicate with like the topic of like feelings and emotions, and just because like I don't know how this affected you, but I know that if it's enough for you to feel like you are in a space where it bothers you, or if it doesn't bother, but mainly if it bothers you, I'm not going to touch it. It's not my place. I feel like I don't have any autonomy some days. Exactly. And it's I feel like this is a feeling that a lot of kids have. If you're from the ages of like 1 to fucking 17, or whenever you become a legal adult, like these are the feelings that you're going to deal with, and these are the experiences and feelings that are just going to be familiar to you in general. And that's okay. And like the thing is that like I'll bring back, like my mom came in and she's like, don't forget to call him out, and she does it to tease me, right? And again, me talking to her about why it bothers me isn't going to change her opinion on this topic, right? Because I've lived with my mom a long time and it's not her fault. It's just something you deal with, and you can excuse it from people. You can excuse it from people, right? I excuse it from my mom because I care about her and I know she wants what's best for me. And but it's at some point it's too much. It's too much and I need to be able to fuck up on my own, right? I feel like I don't have a lot of experiences where I was punished for the choice I made because I made it, right? Because here's the thing is that as a human, as just people in general, you remember the bad things. Like you don't touch a hot stove because you burned yourself, right? It's like how many times has like an adult told you like as a kid, don't touch a hot stove. You don't know why, they just tell you no until you burn yourself. And then you finally know, like, oh, well, they were right and this was that. But it's just like they the thing is that all of that buildup, all of that pressure of just don't touch a hot stove because you'll burn yourself. It's like you don't know what that feeling is until you feel it, right? I don't know what like here's the thing, right? When I got scammed by a bot on fucking Bumble, I was in a very sensitive spot. I was in a very, very vulnerable spot. And the entire lead up to it was a feeling of like, don't burn yourself, don't burn yourself, don't burn yourself, don't burn yourself. It's hot. Don't burn yourself, don't burn. And it was just a constant danger signal. But I still went through with it and I now burned myself, you know? I've burned myself. I have learned. And the thing is that sometimes you really fuck up, right? You really fuck up. But I would say that is a very, 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 very rare thing where you fuck up bad enough to the point where you're just like, I'm cooked, right? It is a very rare thing. You are never going to be that cooked. You are never going to, I won't say never, but you need to do a lot of shit. You need to do a lot of shit to fuck up that badly. And I'm talking about like robbing a store, killing somebody, like doing like a very, very, very bad thing, right? Like getting scammed by some fucking Indian scammer on a dating app is fucking stupid, but it's a relatable stupid, right? You know what I mean? Having someone steal your data, having someone steal money from you, just like think bad things happening to you because you made choices. Like you have to acknowledge that you made choices that fucked up, that you got to this point. And again, that's okay. And you know, but yeah, a part of me, there's a piece of me that would rather just suffer with the consequences of this choice, be it a fine, be it nothing. I mean, the thing is that like the way I feel about the situation is that I'm I I'm with God. I'm finding ways to pursue my life. And the thing is that when I think about ignoring it or even it just like it's just doesn't flare up danger signals to me. It feels like a phantom flame. It just it feels like something that I was told was was bad if I did, right? Like, oh, you're gonna burn yourself if you do like this is the stove in this like jury ignoring it is the stove. But and the thing is that when I talked to my mom about it the most recently, she told me this is something my dad would do a lot. And as I get older, a lot of the bullshit that my dad put me through, I'm now reaping the benefits of, which has really changed my outlook, not just on like my life, but on him. And it was just like, oh, just deal with it, just deal with it, just deal with it, just get it out of the way. And I'm just like, but this is a piece of me. It's more than that. It's a very very, very complex, like ring around the rosy, you know. There's a lot going on, but I don't feel like any of these discoveries inherently are bad. And there's my therapist told me something that I really liked. It was don't should yourself. You should do this. You should do that. You should. You don't you sh- don't should yourself. Don't be like you should feel a certain way. You should feel bad. Like there's no autonomy to these emotions unless you give them a word for it, right? Like bad or good emotions. Like there's you feel, right? You know the difference between a pleasant and an unpleasant feeling, right? And that's the most neutral word I can use without saying good or bad, right? And good and bad can mean a lot of different things. Good and bad can mean just, you stub your toe and it hurts. Heartbreak, it's like they're two different things, but it's still related to pain, right? It's related to anger, it's related to frustration. It's all the same shit, but it's different. And that's okay. And I think just figuring that out for yourself is a real blessing. It's a real challenge. It's a struggle. And it's one of those things where I'm like, there's a reason that today I feel like this, right? Because you can't be full bore. You can't be foot on the gas all the time. And I understand that and I accept that regardless of how much I want. Like today I'm like I want to make $1 million today. I want to make $100. I want to make $10, right? I want to do something for me that I feel like in my world I would progress in. But that's the thing. Like that's part of the reason why I hi Laura, why I believe in the things I believe in, right? Is nothing happens to you without a reason, right? Which is why I'm like I was never a religious person. It's very recent for me that I'm like there's too many consistencies in my life that that can't not be chalked up to oh, it's coincidence. No. The day I started like accepting that there could be something more than this, there could be a higher power, there could be a God, right? My life started getting better. Genuinely. Like I know because I'm very sensitive to shit like this. I very much noticed when some things were just going a bit more right than usual, you know? And that was because it was two things. It was like I let go of my control for my own actions to an extent. I think that was the wrong word to use, but it was more of it was just like if you give up to God and just listen, just shut up and listen. Like how many times has your dad or your parent just gone you've done something stupid and you're freaking out about it and you just go shut up, listen. Maybe not in that way, but just go, well, lock in, listen to me. This is what's going to happen. Shit's going to happen. Bad things are going to happen, but good things are going to happen if you just follow my lead. And that's the thing. And that's the thing, man, is that I'd rather trust the Father than somebody who, if I interact with them on a day to day basis, I know as a child, I know they are a child because I'm a child. You know what I mean? You're not bigger than God. You're not bigger than the decisions you make. It's just like if you just it's like here's the thing is that every parent at some point will just go like, "Fine, you don't want to fucking do it. Don't do it. You don't want it. Fine." It's a very natural thing and it's just like that's why like again, when I like there are too many coincidences and consistencies to just make me believe otherwise. And as someone who had no purpose and had no God and had no higher power at some point, I know how bad I fucked up. And I know how bad I fucked up over and over and over and why I didn't learn those lessons. It was because it was just I wasn't keeping track of my lessons. There was no one to call me on my shit, right? And the reason I know this is that because even my mom was like, just keep fucking up. Just keep fucking up. One day you'll learn. But it wasn't until that I let go and just gave up control that I started learning from these lessons. The reason you're seeing like all this shit on my screen in a this has been a 4 month. It's only the 7th. It's this 3 month period. Like July, August, September, October. Okay, 4 months. 4 month period. That is not a lot of time, but a lot of progress has been made. And that has been entirely, I can almost entirely relate it to giving up control, listening, shutting up and listening to just like, what the fuck? It's not because I started a trade diary. The trade diary is part of the reason I fucked up. I finally de-rusted my Terraria skills. Good. The the money I've made is purely because I fucking shut up. And the money I've lost, I can almost atone entirely to some bad advice from other people, be it like people I know or just even YouTube, right? Like I've gotten some bad stock advice from uh the guy I learned from, and I thought his word to a lot for a long time was just like, oh, like he knows what he's doing. He makes millions of dollars a year. He should know what he's doing. And I've lost money on his stuff. Not that I haven't been copying him, but like in the past, I'm like, wait, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You know as much as I do. And that's when it hits you, man. Like that it's just like, fuck, dude. What the fuck? And it's just like I don't know. Like that's just the thing. I'm like that's why I believe it's just like regardless of how old you are, how much of an adult you think you are, you're a child. You are a child and you need to let go. You need to think about it. You need to be it. You need to experience. You need to just live and just it's like having your father walk you across the street. You're not gonna sprint across the street. You're gonna get hit, you know? Gotta say, being a Calamity player made Expert Mode Eye of Cthulhu seem easy. I really want to keep on this subject, but I really need to piss. I'll be right back. Okay. But man, I think it's one of those things where it's just like those are a collection of my experiences and the way I feel. Um, I don't even know. Like, I can't force you to believe what I say. I don't want you to. I can't force you to do nothing. And I think that's just the way it should be. You guys are gonna have to learn that on your own, or just find God. There's no other way. I try and beat around the bush because I feel a little awkward about it, but it is something I believe in. I mean, it's just like there's no way I can go like get around it. It's something I believe in. It's something that I feel is very true to me, and I just want other people to see that maybe there just might be a little too much, coincidence. And I think that for me at least, it's finding consistencies either in actions, results, something as small as just like you see a certain word or a number a lot, and you just go like, okay, maybe there's a reason for it all. Maybe there's a reason for this. Maybe there's a reason for that. No matter how small, no matter how minuscule you think it might be, but there's a reason for everything. There's always a reason. Got a lot on my off my chest today, man. A lot off my chest. It does it. The only thing that it's kind of left is a feeling that it's a little bothersome. That it just bothers me a bit. Is apart from talking to the void about it and like once a month with my therapist, I don't feel like I can talk to anybody about it, you know? And I'm like, shit, man. Because this collection of experiences, regardless of how similar they may be, are unique to the individual, right? I don't know. Again, I'm still trying to figure a lot of this out myself. There's not a lot I can say about it. It's really just I'm walking down my road, and I know a lot of other people are also walking down their road, and I'm the escape for me is what the fuck is going on? Oh, whoa, what is go? Oh, is pal? Wait. What? Did they cut? Oh my god! Wait. What just happened? What just happened? Is that it? Did they just cut? They cut rates again. They just cut rates again. Hold on. I knew there was a reason I wasn't making trades. Like I said, man, there's too many coincidences. I didn't know this was happening today. I didn't know this was happening today. 2-day meeting over. Do Fed rate decision today. Yeah, they cut it by another 25 points. That's crazy. Oh, dude, they're hacking and slashing, my friend. Oh, golly gee. Yeah, look. Like, they literally just did this. Christmas. But that wasn't supposed to be till noon. Or is it this just the... Because this is PST, so... They did it, like, an hour early. Right?
Payrolls, though. I think that after the election, just not seeing commercials will make people feel better. But I think you will see a bounce in small business confidence. There's a lot of uncertainty going into the election. I think people will probably be more positive about making business decisions. So I don't see any reason to expect a slowdown, and we might actually see slightly higher inflation in the months ahead. So I don't expect the Fed to accelerate the pace of rate cuts.
Stephanie, your thoughts?
Yeah, so our base case is that they're going to be doing that every other meeting cutting cycle from here. The one thing we didn't talk yet about is the ECI. The Employment Cost Index showed wage inflation just continuing to slow down. So this is largely explained by perhaps productivity picking up, which is a great backdrop for the Fed to be able to continue easing, even though the
Interesting. Let me go back to this for a second. Is this in PST? God damn. House is already a graveyard. Sounds about right. Well, we're waiting for the press conference, so I'm gonna move this down just in case. I'm pretty sure it's okay, but like, hold on. Oh, what a. I, oh, did they factor in the? Did they factor in the daylight savings? I don't know. Anyway, too many coincidences, dude. Too many fucking coincidences. What I think is beautiful is that these people think that they are the know-it-all. They're everyone's the same. No one's special. So they're showing very. I look uncertain. Crazy, dude. What's going on with the spy? Ever since I started trading QQQ or like the Nasdaq rather than the spy, I feel like it's just been a bit more consistent. Man, you'd think there'd be a bigger drop or just something. I mean, like that was just 1 minute, like, and then it's all back. Like, this is what I love about range and targets, dude. Even with that, it's still it just hard slammed off the 15-minute line on the 15-minute range. That's crazy. It's like a part of me feels like I've gotten a lot off my chest today, but also a part of me is like tired and there's more to be done. Man, I don't even know what to talk about anymore. I think now I'm just kind of waiting for the Fed meeting. Oh man. Dude, Thank You Scientist has every fucking genre in their song and they somehow make it all sound good. Smoked salmon with lemon pepper. Ooh, that does sound good. Banana pepper. Put some thin slices on buttered and it's fire. So the reason we're watching this one instead of fucking the Nasdaq now is that this is our treasury bond. Dude, this is gonna be, at the very least, this is gonna be a crazy end of the year. I swear it's gotten louder over time. It might, dude. I don't know. It's really inconsistent though. Can you believe this is the same song? This is the same song. Yo 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 yo. Fucking Benangles, bro. I really don't understand how Neo is even still a company. This thing is a fucking sham. How are people not talking about this more? I will say, I think all the money is in the right places right now. Fed has cut rate by another quarter. They're trying to get rates down to 2%, which is going to be nuts. Which is going to be great for which is going to be great if you're trying to buy a house in the next 4 years, which I think Dean might be, which is crazy. Oh, is he actually? He's trying. He's been talking about looking. But dude, if they get so it's like if they get it down to 2, that's going to be really awesome to get a like I mean, that's their target is to get it down to 2. Are they going to get it down to 2? I don't know. But 4.7 4.75 is not bad. I mean, it's definitely better than 5. It's going to suck for savings accounts, but, you know, oh my god, look, this was during COVID. Look at that. 0.25. That's pretty. And then all the inflation. Man, back in the 80s it was just I wish they'd just rip the band-aid off and just say like, "Fuck it, it's 2% now." Woo! Cuz there's no such thing as a soft landing. What's Nasdaq doing? Fucking nothing. I think everyone's waiting for the Fed meeting, which starts in 9 minutes. Should I be investing money right now? Give it a day or two. It's gonna need a little time to like level out. We're gonna see what the Fed says. Let me see if I can pull up the YouTube feed. My internet's been fucking slow today. Either my internet's dying or my YouTube's dying, so oh good, it loaded chat though, that's nice. Dude, the YouTube chat, like, not only is just filled with brain rot, it's just like it's like it runs like shit. What do you have? What do you mean? Like what do you mean? What do I have? Bazinga, Benzinga. Oh, what internet? We have Spectrum. Spectrum just can randomly decide to fuck you. Oh, there it goes. All right, we'll check back in 5 minutes. I love when I like click the search bar, type it in, and it doesn't do anything. So I can tell you what I'm gonna be watching. I'm gonna be watching like shit like China. All the things I've said to just kind of invest in are already kind of running their course. So like Baba, JD, those are two China. Um, TLT. TLT is going to be weird because they're not going to be making very many decisions, at least not quite yet, but they will be. And what that means is that like they need to decide up or down. But usually when you get a rate cut like this, it usually means up. But we'll see. That's the thing. It's a lot of like wait and see. There's not a lot of solid decisions going to be made because I'm looking closely at something more like on the daily, maybe even the monthly. I don't think we'll ever be back up here, but we should be at least in the 100s, like the triple digits for sure. So it's like the initial decision came in, we had a big pop up, it just went back to normal basically. It just is like a whole lot of nothing, big old nothing burger. Um It's locked into a range. And so in the next 4 minutes, people are going to be really on edge about what the Fed is going to say. I know Trump's not going to be happy because Trump wanted to avoid a rate cut. At least I know this is true because like he said he wanted to avoid a rate cut when he took like immediately. Like he wasn't opposed to a rate cut, but he just wanted it to just wait a little bit. But they didn't wait. Because the Federal Reserve is an entity outside the government's control. Even though it has federal in the name, it's not part of the it's yeah. I love our boy. Tell me why the cop last night wanted to fuck Evan. I tell no lies. Mama, I chopped an apple tree down. I love that little guy. All right, so we're just gonna be locked into this little range right here. And it's just gonna be just kind of stuck here. Yeah, it'll be not Dairy Queen. One minute. Oh, bro, what is this audio? All these little guys in their suits and ties and shit.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The economy is strong overall and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years. The labor market has cooled from its formerly overheated state and remains solid. Inflation has eased substantially from a peak of 7% to 2.1% as of September. We are committed to maintaining our economy's strength by supporting maximum employment and returning inflation to our 2% goal. Today, the FOMC decided to take another step in reducing the degree of policy restraint by lowering our policy interest rate by a 1/4 percentage point. We continue to be confident that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, strength in the economy and the labor market can be maintained, with inflation moving sustainably down to 2%. We also decided to continue to reduce our securities holdings. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP rose at an annual rate of 2.8% in the third quarter, about the same pace as in the second quarter. Growth of consumer spending has remained resilient, and investment in equipment and intangibles has strengthened. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has been weak.
You're too sick to go to school, you're too sick to play video games.
Overall, improving supply conditions have supported the strong performance of the U.S. economy over the past year. In the labor market, conditions remain solid. Payroll job gains have slowed from earlier in the year, averaging 104,000 per month over the past 3 months. This figure would have been somewhat higher were it not for the effects of labor strikes and hurricanes on employment in October. Regarding the hurricanes, let me extend our sympathies to all the families, businesses, and communities who have been harmed by these devastating storms. The unemployment rate is notably higher than it was a year ago, but it has edged down over the past 3 months and remains low at 4.1% in October.
Nothing's really happening.
Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year, and the jobs to workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a broad set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are now less tight than just before the pandemic in 2019. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. Inflation has eased significantly over the past 2 years. Total PCE prices rose 2.1% over the 12 months ending in September, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Core PCE prices rose 2.7%. Overall, inflation has moved much closer to our 2% longer run goal, but core inflation remains somewhat elevated. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We see the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals as being roughly in balance, and we're attentive to the risks to both sides of our mandate. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a 1/4 percentage point to 4.5% to 4.75%. This further recalibration of our policy stance will help maintain the strength of the economy and the labor market, and will continue to enable further progress on inflation as we move toward a more neutral stance over time. We know that reducing policy restraint too quickly could hinder progress on inflation. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too slowly could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess
It's so fun. Every time he says something about inflation, it drops.
Risks. We are not on any preset course. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting. As the economy evolves, monetary policy will adjust in order to best promote our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation is not sustainably moving toward 2%, we can dial back policy restraint more slowly. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly, or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can move more quickly. Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we
Ooh,
can
big
to
word.
achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals.
Submission,
Thank you.
fellas.
I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you. Given the expectation that the election outcome will produce policies that would meaningfully impact the U.S. economy next year, how is the committee taking these proposals into account for upcoming decisions, including potentially the next one in December? And can you give us any more sense of how proactive or reactive the Fed is prepared to be to changes in economic policies with the next administration?
Sure. So let me say that in the near term, the election will have no effects on our policy decisions.
Interesting.
As you know, many things affect the economy, and anyone who writes down forecasts in their job will tell you that the economy is quite difficult to forecast looking out past the very near term. Here, we don't know what the timing and substance of any policy changes will be. We therefore don't know what the effects on the economy would be, specifically whether and to what extent those policies would matter for the achievement of our goal variables, maximum employment, and price stability. We don't guess, we don't speculate, and we don't assume. Now, just in principle, it's possible that any administration's policies or policies put in place by Congress could have economic effects that over time that would matter for our pursuit of our dual mandate goals. So we, along with countless other factors, forecasts of those economic effects would be included in our models of the economy and would be taken into account through that channel.
Nick.
Chair Pell, Nick Timros from the Wall Street Journal. Roughly 1 year ago, when the 10-year Treasury was flirting with 5% and 30-year mortgage rates were near 8%, you noted how higher borrowing costs, if they were sustained, could weigh on economic activity. Given that you've said you believe policy is restrictive and the Fed is now dialing back that restriction, are the growth risks presented by higher U.S. Treasury yields today any different from those you identified 1 year ago when inflation was still meaningfully above your target?
So I would just say this: we've watched the run up in bond rates, and it's nowhere near where it was, of course, a year ago. I guess the long run rates are well below that level. So we're watching that. Things have been moving around, and we'll see where they settle. I think it's too early to really say where they settle. Ultimately, I'm sure we've all read these decompositions of what, and I certainly have, but it's not really our job to provide our specific decomposition. I will say, though, that it appears that the moves
kind of a lot
are
of nothing.
Not principally about higher inflation expectations. They're really about a sense of more likelihood of stronger growth and perhaps less in the way of downside risks. So that's what they're about. We do take financial conditions into account if they're persistent and if they're material. Then we'll certainly take them into account in our policy. But I would say we're not at that stage right now. It's just something that we're watching. And again, these things don't really have mainly to do with Fed policy, but to do with other factors in the economy.
If I could follow up, is the September SEP, are those rate projections still valid? Do they still seem relevant given where we are now?
You get halfway through the cycle between the last set and the next set. I wouldn't want to comment one way or the other. Let's talk about the data we've gotten since the last meeting. So in the main, the economic activity data have been stronger than expected.
This is why I hate word of mouth. I have no idea what he said, and it didn't sound like he said anything differently.
The September employment report was stronger. The October report, not stronger. Retail sales stronger. So overall, though, I think you take away a sense of some of the downside risks to economic activity having been diminished with the NIPA revisions in particular. And so overall feeling good about economic activity. So I think we would factor that in. At the same time, we got one inflation report, which it wasn't terrible, but it was a little higher than expected. So I think really the question is December, and by December we'll have more data. I guess one more employment report, two more inflation reports, and lots of other data, and we'll make a decision.
So it just broke through the 15-minute range, but it's bouncing off of. just the overall
Gina
volume.
Smilik from the New York Times. Thanks for taking our questions, Chair Powell. When it comes to December, what will you
Holy
be looking at
shit.
specifically as you try to make that decision? And then as of the Fed's economic projections in September, you had written down 4 quarter-point interest rate cuts in 2025. Do you still think
That was
those
almost a $20
are likely?
move.
Is that sort of the baseline outlook at this point, or has that shifted?
Bananas.
And if it shifted at all, can you give a little bit of detail as to why?
As much as I want to take part in this, I know it's a better idea to just let it
I
go.
can't characterize one that wasn't filled out today, so I can't really speak for kind of exactly where the committee is. I will just say for December, we're going to be, again, at every meeting, we're going to be looking at the incoming data and how that affects the outlook. As you know, we're in the process of recalibrating from a fairly restrictive level at 5.33%. After today's move, we're down 75 basis points. And we're asking ourselves, is that where we need to be? You know that we're trying to steer between the risk of
at this
moving
point
too
on the
quickly
Fed days, you know it's going to
and
go down.
perhaps,
That's the
undermining
thing.
our progress on inflation, or moving too
so we'll go
slowly
back
and allowing
to
the
this.
labor market to weaken too much. We're trying to
Fed days are tricky, man.
to be on a middle path where we can maintain the strength in the labor market while also
Fed days are
enabling
tricky. You
further
think it's going to
progress
go
on
down,
inflation. We
but
think that's where we are, but that's the question we're going to be asking.
I'm trying to
in
stick to my
September
guns on just my
and in
my
other meetings.
targets and
And
ranges,
again, I can't really
regardless
update
of
you
what he
on the
says.
committee's thinking because we don't fill out an SEP at this meeting.
Yeah, totally appreciate that. I guess when it comes to your own thinking, do you think that a full
Our next
percentage point
target
of rate
is
cuts in
512.
2025 is a reasonable outlook?
Again, I'm going to wait. We're going to wait and see how things
Wait
come in
and
December.
see.
I mean, it's just. I would put it this way: we're on a path to a more neutral stance, and that's very much what we're on. That has not changed at all since September, we're just going to have to see where the data lead us. We have a whole 6 weeks of data to look at to make that decision in December. Obviously, I'm not ruling it out or in, but I would say, I would say that. Again,
You
we
like
didn't
my
update
shorts?
the SEP, so I'm not going to characterize, where the
Hi,
committee would
Laura.
be.
Howard.
Thanks, Howard Schneider with Reuters. I wondered if you could please elaborate, explain a little bit the 2 changes in the language of the statement here.
Laura, what do you think about all this?
In the first paragraph, when you say inflation has made progress, dropping the word further progress. And in the second paragraph, dropping the sentence that the
I'm
committee
short.
gained greater confidence that inflation was progressing
Noted.
towards its 2%.
I know you're
goal.
short, but what about
Is
your
there
positions?
any policy substance behind either of those changes in language? Is it meant to open the door to a December pause? Is it meant to communicate anything about the stickiness of core inflation in the last 3 months?
Not really, no. So let me tell you what we
Who
were thinking.
asked?
So the test
The
of
motherfucker.
gaining further confidence was our test for the first rate cut, right? And so we net that test in September, and therefore we take that test out. If you leave it in, then it's new.
You seem to
forward
be in a
guidance.
good mood
It's brand
today.
new forward guidance. What do you mean by it? Are you requiring yet further? We have to say yes or no at every meeting whether we've made further progress. The point is we have gained confidence that we're on a sustainable
all right.
path down to 2%.
All right.
So that I would tell you is what that's really all about. It's not meant to send a signal. Neither of those is meant to send a further signal. And saying further progress, it becomes a test. We don't want to be. We don't think it's a good time
Jerome
to be
Powell's
doing
a
a lot
dirty goddamn
of
liar.
forward guidance. There's a fair amount of uncertainty in what I've said. The path that we're on, we do know where the destination is, but we don't know the right pace, and we don't know exactly where the destination is. So the point is to find the right pace and the right destination as we go. And I think there's a fair amount of uncertainty about that. And you don't want to tie yourself up with guidance. You want to be able to make sensible decisions as you go.
Bonds in the market are pacing each other.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, you talked about higher rates, perhaps from an expectation of higher growth. You didn't talk about it in terms of expectations of higher deficits. Is that something you think is behind the recent rise in interest rates? And are rising deficits a concern to you?
So we don't comment on fiscal policy. And again, I don't have a lot more to say on
That's a
what's
better
driving
question.
bond yields. In terms of policy changes, though, let me give you a sense of how this works in the
Let
ordinary
me break it down
case.
for you.
Let's say Congress is considering a rewrite of the tax laws. Doesn't matter what's in the content. So we would follow that. At a certain point, we'd think we see the outline, so we'd start to model it, and then we'd wait, and then at a certain point, the staff would brief the FOMC and say, these are the likely effects. There's lots and lots of literature on the effects of tax policy changes on various parts of the economy. So we'd try to get smart on that, and then the law actually passes, and you'd start to put it. You probably run an alternative simulation before that happens, just to keep people trying to understand it. Then when it actually passes, it goes into the model, along with a million other things. So we have a very large economy. Many things are affecting it at any given time. And, a law change of some kind would go in there, but it would, it's a process that takes some time. Clearly, the legislative process takes a lot of time. And of course, the real question is not the effect of that law. It's all of the policy changes that are happening. What's the net effect? And
I'm gonna go
the
take an
overall effect on the
No.
time. So I think that's a process that takes a lot of time.
That's what I'm saying,
that we go
dude.
through all the time with
That's
every
what I'm saying,
administration,
Tucker.
constantly. And I just this will be no different. But right now there's nothing to
Hold on.
nothing to
Let's just
model right
pretend
now.
he's gonna say something
It's such
crazy.
an early stage. We don't know what the
Say the
policies
word.
are.
Say the R
And
word.
Once we know what they are,
Say
we
recession.
won't have a sense of when they'll be implemented or all those sorts of things. So
Say
I
it.
think I would just say we're not doing that now, and all that will take time, and it will be very much regular order when we do that.
If I could just follow up on Nick's question, are the current rates something you feel like you need to lean against in that they go against the direction of policy by adding restriction to the economy, or do you just take them as a given and perhaps a signal?
We don't know.
that you should
100
do less?
times. Yay!
I just think the first question is how long will they be sustained? If you remember the 5% 10-year, people were drawing massively important conclusions, only to find 3 weeks later the 10-year was 50 basis points lower. So it's material changes in financial conditions that last, that are persistent, that really matter, and we don't know that about these. What we've seen so far, we're watching it, we're reading, we're doing the decompositions and reading others, but right now it's not a major factor in how we're thinking about things.
I don't know, but we're on it.
Chris.
I don't know, but we're on it. I don't know, but we're on it.
Thank you.
Everything's
Chris
fine.
Rugaber at Associated Press.
Everything's fine.
You mentioned the positive economic data that we've seen since the September meeting, including the revisions to things like savings, higher GDP growth. We saw stock market jump yesterday. That's renewed some of the questions about why do many cuts at all in this with this backdrop.
So you're right. As I mentioned, and as you mentioned, the latest economic data have been strong, and that's of course a great thing and highly welcome. But of course, our mandate is maximum employment and price stability.
Hey,
and we
pow,
think
pow.
that even
Say
with
everything is
today's
bad.
policy
Hey,
is still
main man.
restrictive. We
Say
understand
we're all
it's
gonna
impossible
die.
to say
World War
precisely how
III.
restrictive, but we feel
China.
that it is still restrictive. And if you
Orange
look at our
man
goal variables,
bad.
The labor market has cooled a great deal
Something.
from its overheated state of 2 years
Stoke
ago.
the fire
It's
a
now
bit.
essentially in balance. It is continuing to cool, albeit at a
Big old nothing
modest
burger.
rate.
Eat up.
And we don't need further cooling, we don't think, to achieve our inflation mandate. So that's the labor market. Inflation has moved down a great deal from its highs of 2 years ago, and we judged, as I mentioned, that it's on a sustainable path back to 2%. So the job's not done on inflation. But if you look at those two things, we judged in September that it was appropriate to begin to recalibrate our policy stance to reflect this progress, and today's decision is really another step in that process. Overall, as I mentioned, we believe that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, we can maintain strength in the labor market, even as our policy stance enables further progress toward our inflation goal.
Great. And just to follow up, what might cause you to pause rate cuts in December? What kind of economic data would lead you to that path? Thank you.
So we haven't made any decision like that at all. But we're in the process, as I mentioned,
No
of moving
decision.
policy down, our stance down over time to more neutral level. And as a general matter, as we move ahead, we are prepared to adjust our assessments of the appropriate pace and destination as the outlook evolves. So, for example, if we were to see the labor market deteriorating, we'd be prepared to move more quickly. Alternatively,
Uh-huh.
as we approach levels that are plausibly neutral or close to neutral,
bad
it
things.
may turn out to be appropriate to slow the pace at which we're dialing back
Yeah.
restriction.
A little
again,
more.
We haven't made any decisions about that, but that's certainly a possibility. If you can think of it as similar to what we do with asset purchase, with asset runoff, with QT. So we reach a point where we slow the pace, much like an airplane
Waffles,
reaching
big
the
tasty
airport slows
waffles.
down. And so
Waffles.
we're thinking about it that way, but it's something that we're just beginning to think about.
Edward.
Thanks, Chair Powell. So with the noise in the jobs reports that we've seen, and you look at the Fed's favorite inflation, PCE, overall it's 2.1%, very close to the Fed's target, but core inflation is 2.7%, and it's been that way since July. So why doesn't this data give fuel to a rate pause for this meeting?
Well, so I think if you look at the 3 and 6 month, you're quoting the 12-month. So yes, we look at all of them, right? But if you look at 3 and 6 month core PCE, you'll see they're around 2.3%. So we look at all of them, and we also look at 12 as well. But what it's telling us is that we really have made significant progress. And
come on, 512.
We expect.
Come on, 512. Let's see it.
For example, the last 3 months of last year, the core PCE readings were very, very low, probably unsustainably low. So that's why you see. That's why
use that word unsustainably low.
Ticks toward the end of the year. On the other hand, the January reading certainly looks like an example of residual seasonality.
There we go. That's
we
what we want to see,
so
pal.
when that falls out of the 12-month calculation in February, we should see a thing down. So
are you cheering for my shorts?
Up and then down.
Probably.
We understand that. Overall,
I cheer for the big red candle.
And you also
big
look
red.
at the economy and you say, what is the inflation story now? Where's it coming from? So
are you actually in positions right now?
One is the non-housing services and goods, which together make up 80% of the core PCE index.
Oh, you're crazy.
Are back to the levels they were at the last time we had sustained.
Watch this $1 million right now.
Used to be in the early 2000s for a period of 5, 6, 7 years. So they're back to that level. What's not is housing services. So let's talk about housing services. Housing services is higher. What's going on there is, market rents, newly signed leases are experiencing very low inflation. And what's happening is older, leases that are turning
housing. Yeah, talk shit about it.
Taking several years to catch up to where
I want $100 house
leases are market
in Beverly Hills.
So that's just a catch-up problem. It's not really reflecting current inflationary pressures. It's reflecting past inflationary pressures. So that's one thing. The other thing is I'd say look at the labor market, not a source of inflationary pressures. Where's it coming from? It's not a very
give me a house,
economy.
please.
What is the story?
I get one
inflation?
first.
You see that catch-up inflation also in insurance and several other areas. So you're seeing. We're not declaring victory, obviously, but we feel like the story. Yeah,
no victory. The war's not over. We're not done.
Continuing to come down on a bumpy path over the next.
If you give me a house, I'll give you 2.
Around 2%. That story is intact, and it won't be 1 or 2 really good data months or bad data.
Dude,
months
it must be so stressful to be pal to just try and
far into the process.
Gymnastics your way around bad economic words.
You have some time to get there.
Nothing in the economic data suggests that the committee has any need to be in a hurry to get there. We are seeing strong economic activity. We are seeing ongoing strength in the labor market. We're watching that carefully, but we do see maintaining strength there. And so
don't stay strong.
That the right way to find neutral, if you will, is carefully, patiently. Again, that's not meant to have a specific meaning, other than to the extent the economy remains strong, we have the ability to take advantage of that as we try to navigate that middle path between the 2 risks.
Craig.
Okay, my shorts are fine, even with these green candles. Good sign.
Craig Torres from Bloomberg. 2 questions today. Did you learn anything about what Americans think about the economy from the election results? First question. Second question. I want to talk about some labor market indicators, and I do
Greedy
so with
bastard. 2
great
questions.
respect for your attentiveness to the maximum employment side of the mandate, Chair Powell. So the unemployment rate has been at 4% or higher for 6 months. One of the broadest measures of unemployment is up about a half a point from a year ago. Compensation gains are sliding back. The
Real.
quits rate, a
Pal
signal
should
of
have
labor
answered.
market dynamism, has
Who
been heading down to that bad neighborhood of the 20 teens.
Yeah, bad.
So
bad neighborhood.
You have put a marker at Jackson Hole saying any further cooling is unwelcome. It is cooling generally a little bit further. So at what point do we reach what you would describe as a
bad. Say that
shortfall
more.
from maximum employment? Thank you.
Sure. So on your first question, I'm not going to talk about
Cooling,
anything that relates directly or indirectly.
I want someone to come on the mic and just go like,
on the second one,
"Hey, pal, we're cooked.
This is the great question.
The fuck are we gonna do about it?"
So,
and then the market's gonna explode.
Nothing. There's nothing really surprising here. What we know is that the unemployment rate is low. We also know that it's come down significantly. Moved up significantly from a year or so ago. So we've seen a big change upward in unemployment. Sometimes that has meant bad things. So far, it doesn't appear to be. It appears that I wouldn't say that the labor market has fully stabilized, because I think it's continuing to very gradually cool.
It hasn't fully stabilized. We like that.
In a good place, and our policy, of course, is designed to keep it in that good place, to maintain the strength in the labor market, while also enabling further progress.
No, there's no strength to be maintained.
You mentioned
it's all falling apart.
Of indicators, and you're right. The openings to unemployment rate is back to a normal level. I would characterize it more broadly as normalizing. You mentioned wages. Wages are still running just a bit above where they would need to be consistent with 2% inflation, unless productivity is going to remain at this high level. If we see productivity, more sustainably at these high levels,
getting compressed,
then that would sustain higher wage gains. So I would say, in fact, you can say it the other way.
We're pushing. Hold on. We're in a compression.
Are now consistent with 2% inflation.
We're in a compression.
Given current productivity readings, but of course, the lore on productivity readings is whenever you see readings, you should assume they're going to revert pretty quickly to the longer term trend.
Last hour, all red candles. Let's go. Years. Big money, no whammy. Big money, no whammy. Big money, no whammy.
If you look at the NIPA
escalators.
We're 5 years into a nice set of productivity readings, which are sustained and very healthy. But overall, it's a good labor market. We could talk about 20 different data series. We'll be looking at all of them, of course. We don't want the labor market to soften much from here. We don't think we need that to happen to get inflation back to 2%.
Victoria.
I want
Hi,
them
Victoria
to have
Guida with Politico.
Some random dude.
Some of the president-elect's advisors have suggested that you
I
should
just want to
resign.
stop talking so the market
if he asked
does
you to
what
leave,
it wants.
would you go?
No.
When does it end?
Can you follow up on? Do you think that
it's about to be
legally
noon.
You're not required to leave?
No.
Why you? Hey, pal, why you such a bitch?
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. You talk a lot about what the data are telling you and how you are dependent on the data. But in terms of forward-looking assessments of the economy, what are you hearing from CEOs or other officials
when
around
it
the
ends?
country?
How?
What did you hear today from
I have
the
no
regional
idea.
bank
It probably
presidents
ends
about
when they run out of
what
questions.
Companies and consumers think about where the economy is going from here, rather than
at least that's my
looking
assumption.
backwards. And does that match up with what
I'm
your
sure it's going to
forecasts
end
have
within
been
the
and
next
what you think
couple minutes.
The appropriate policy path should be.
So it's hard to characterize a really interesting set of discussions we had, and of course you'll see them in the minutes in 3 weeks. But I would say this: I think the comments from our Reserve Bank colleagues and from the CEOs that they talk to are pretty constructive on the economy right now. Pretty constructive, feeling that the labor market is back to normal, to the point where it's no longer that much of a discussion topic in their worlds, whereas 2 years ago it was all they were talking about. So they feel like the labor market's in balance. People feel good about where the economy is. Demand is obviously pretty strong, and you're seeing 2.8% growth in the third quarter estimated. Maybe the year's 2.5%.
The economy's terrible. Stop saying good things.
This is a strong economy. It's
no, it isn't
remarkable how well the U.S. economy has been performing with, strong growth, a strong labor market, inflation coming down. We're, really performing better than any of our global peers. And I think that is reflected in what you hear from
Hal,
what
my
I hear
main man,
people
just
hear
say we're
from,
cooked.
CEOs. I don't get to talk to a lot of CEOs in my job, but I hear what others summarize from those. And of course, I hear the Reserve Bank presidents do a lot of that. And it's pretty constructive overall. Now, that's not to say there are areas of caution and
my dog
and
is
things
howling.
like
I
that,
must
but
join him. I'll
ultimately,
be right back.
overall, pretty positive.
Well, to follow up the areas of caution, if there were black clouds on the horizon that you identified as something you're watching, what would they be?
I think it's things like clearly geopolitical risks around the world are elevated, and just as clearly they've had relatively little effect on the U.S. economy. Now that can change through the price of oil or otherwise, but people talk about those as something that's on the horizon all the time. But ultimately, if you look at the U.S. economy, its performance has been very good, and that's what we hear from business people, and expectation that will continue. If anything, people feel next year. I've heard this from several people that next year could even be stronger than this year.
Andrew. Hi, it's Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. I just wanted to follow up on the discussion earlier on fiscal policy. Your predecessors, Greenspan and Volcker, spoke up loudly when they thought large budget deficits endangered economic or financial stability. Will you do that too? And right now we're in a period of full employment.
Clearly, I didn't miss anything.
And debt at historic highs that are rising. Is that something you'd speak out against?
So, I have said many times, no more, no less than what the predecessors you mentioned have said. And what that is that the U.S. federal government's fiscal policy is on an unsustainable path.
Yes, unsustainable. Say that more.
The economy is not unsustainable. The path is unsustainable. And we see that in, you've got a very large deficit you're at full employment, and that's expected to continue. So it's important that we, that to be dealt with. It is ultimately a threat to the economy. Now, I can
threat
say
to the economy.
I don't have oversight. We don't have oversight over fiscal policy. I've said it on many occasions. Just said it again.
Yeah, there it is.
I guess the other
little more
question is to follow up on Victoria's question. Do you believe that the president has the power to fire or demote you, and has the Fed determined the legality of a president demoting at will any of the other governors with leadership positions?
Not permitted under the law.
Not what?
Not permitted under the law.
Thank you.
Courtney.
All right, that was
Courtney Brown from Axios. In response to Howard's question, you said it wasn't an ideal time to give forward guidance because of the economic uncertainties. Can you lay out what some of those uncertainties are and whether or not it includes some of the proposals that the president-elect has put out on the campaign trail? Tariffs, for instance?
No, I was not referring to the new administration's policies at all, nor will I today. So what I'm just saying is,
dude, this motherfucker loves to talk.
As we look ahead, we know, as I mentioned this in my statement, that the risks are two-sided. I guess I should start by saying that we think that the economy and we think our policy are both in a very good place.
No, they're not. Stop it.
But as you look forward, you say, what are the risks? And one risk is that we would move too quickly and find ourselves having moved too quickly, and inflation comes back, and we lost our chance to get inflation back to 2%. So we have to avoid that risk. And to avoid that risk, that means you want to move carefully. The other risk is that we move too slowly, and that we allow the labor market to weaken too much and do unnecessary damage to the labor market and to people's working lives. That says don't get behind the curve. So these two things are the two risks that we have to manage. And so we're in the middle there. We try to be in the middle and deal with manage both of those. Again, the idea is to support the strength we have in the labor market and in the economy, but also with
we're in
somewhat
another
less restrictive but still restrictive policy, enable further progress toward our 2% inflation goal. There's this is a thing we're meeting by meeting, we're going to be making our assessment of what the right path is. It's not as important. The precise timing of these things is not as important as the overall arc of them. And the arc of them is to move from where we are now to a sense of a more neutral policy. We don't know exactly where that is. We only know it by its works. We're pretty sure it's below where we are now. But as we move further, there will be more uncertainty about where that is. And we're going to move carefully
I love that word.
as this goes on, so that we can increase the chances that we will get it right.
Simon.
Oh my fucking God. How many people
Thank you,
are in
Chair
this
Powell.
room?
Simon Rabinovich with The Economist. I know you don't want to share your decomposition of bond yields, but if you look at the break-evens, it is clear that longer-term inflation expectations do seem to have risen up at about 2.5%, for example, on the 5-year. That's up half a point from when you cut in September. Do you have any concern at all that longer-term inflation expectations are de-anchoring, or put another way, are anchoring at a slightly higher level? Thanks.
So we would be concerned if we saw, if we thought we saw
concerns,
longer-term inflation expectations anchoring at a higher level. That's not what we're seeing. We're still seeing, between surveys and market readings, broadly consistent with, I looked at the 5-year earlier today, and it's probably moved, but it's just not. It's kind of right where it's been, and also it's pretty close to consistent with 2% PCE inflation. So that's one that's been a traditional one that we look at a lot. But overall, expectations seem to be and really have.
See, I'm into
throughout
this.
In a place that's consistent with 2%
But I'm not
inflation.
so
But you're right to say we watch that very carefully, and we will not allow inflation expectations to drift upward. But that's really why we reacted so sharply back in 2022 was to avoid that.
Kelly.
Holy shit, dude.
Hi, Chair Powell. Kelly
Laura, do
Grady,
you have a
CBS
question for
News.
Jerome
We
Powell?
just talked about
Should I
reports
ask him a
from
question
business
at this
leaders on the
point?
economy, but many average Americans are still not feeling the strength of the economy in their wallets. So what's your message to them on when they might expect relief?
So you're right that we say the economy is performing well, and it is, but we also know that people are still.
How much can we
feeling
expect the
effects of high
market to
prices,
drop with
for
all of
example.
these uncertainties you mentioned?
And
Real.
the world went through a global inflation shock. And
Inflation
went up
shock,
everywhere,
good word,
and,
good quote.
It stays with you because the price level doesn't come back down. So what that takes is it takes some years of real wage gains for people to feel better. And that's what we're trying to create. And
I just
think
want to
we're
be an
well on the road to
antagonistic
creating that.
witness.
Inflation has come way down. The economy is still strong here. Wages are moving up, but at a sustainable level. So it's just I think what needs to happen is happening, and for the most part has happened. But it'll
Rose
be
says
some time
economy's
before
good.
people,
I like her question,
regain
like
their
for
confidence
sure.
and feel
But
that.
why
And,
is
we
nobody
don't
else
tell
aware of
people
that?
how to feel about the economy. We completely respect. what
Because they're
feeling. Those
weenies.
feelings are true. They're accurate.
They don't want to ask the
We
hard
don't question them.
questions.
We respect them.
And just a quick follow-up, President-elect Trump has been critical of your performance. Any concern about his influence on the Fed's independence?
I'm not gonna get into any of the political things here today.
Boo! Boo! Come on.
Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. What is your plan if we start to see stagflation?
So that's
drop.
The whole plan is
The beat go
not
up.
to have stagflation, so
Sir,
we don't have to deal with
this
it.
is
So
the
that
scariest
is actually
moment
our
of
plan.
my entire life.
It's of course a very difficult thing because you're
Make the beat go.
anything you do with interest rates will hurt one side or the other, either the inflation mandate or the employment mandate. I would just say that we've been able to see inflation come down a whole lot, much closer to our goal, without the kind of sharp increase in unemployment that has often accompanied programs of disinflation. So, knock on wood, we've gotten this far without seeing a real weakening in the labor market, and we believe we can complete the inflation task while also keeping the labor market strong, and that, of course, is
See, that's the problem. Like the one dude who actually asked an
Can
interesting
you
question
roll
to
out
homie
an
mother,
interest rate
this
hike
motherfucker just skipped
next
right
year?
over it.
No, I wouldn't rule anything out or in that far away, but that's certainly not our plan. I mean, our baseline expectation is that we'll continue to move gradually down towards neutral, that the economy will continue to grow at a healthy clip, and that the labor market will remain strong. If you look at our that will not change
grow.
from the September SEP. You know, that is our baseline forecast, and short of some exogenous event, that will continue to be our forecast for the foreseeable future. So
don't break
but
through
ultimately,
the
you know,
514.
we're not in the
when
we're
does
not in
it
a world
end?
where we can afford to rule things out a full year in advance. There's just too much uncertainty in what we do.
Dude, homie, he's been going for almost an hour.
Hi, Chair
Just
Powell.
look at the
Jean
market
Young
drop
with
when it
MMI Market
ends.
News.
I'm here.
I
I'm
wanted
for
to
it.
go back
I'm all
to a
about it.
comment that you had made about Americans being
Had
quite
to go.
unhappy about the cumulative price level rises over the past few years, even though now inflation is back on a path to 2%. Would it be appropriate for the Fed to undershoot for a while on its inflation goal under the average inflation targeting regime, so people have a chance to catch up?
I guess they'll talk until market close.
No,
and
that's not the way our framework works. We're aiming for inflation at 2%. We did not think it would be appropriate to deliberately undershoot.
And we know he can chit chat.
And you know, part of the problem there is that low inflation can be a problem too. In a way,
How?
But that's not part of our framework, and it's not something we're going to be looking at in our framework review.
I want my money to
Thank
mean
you very
more.
much.
Is that it? That was it. It's over. It's over. Holy shit. Thought it would never end. Drop. Well, we broke our resistance. Hold on. You know what? They broke a resistance. The RSI looks good. He stopped talking. Bro, we're in a compression. Come on. Hey, why are my shorts going up? Did you buy a put? I did. Okay, we're in the same boat. Now watch us both lose. I hate when the bar moves, you know? Like it was up here, now it's down here again. That scared the shit out of me. I thought that thing just got absolutely demolished. Like it's so inflated. Do you have a mental stop loss? It really wasn't that much. Let me see. Wow. If it gets to 20. I just am like, dude. Oh, I see. Hold on. See, I'm just trying. All I'm trying to do is like I'm kind of out of the way of just like uh I don't really care if I lose on some of these positions. I just want to learn and kind of dial in my ranges, you know? Like that's all I'm really caring about right now is I just want to make sure the decisions I'm making are making sense. I guess this one was like a little more but it was cheap. So it is what it is. It's like obviously I don't want to lose, but you know, it is what it is. You know what it is? You know what? I think it's like these are good situations for me because like regardless of outcome, it makes me want to want to code because like I feel like uh a computer would be a lot more consistent and a lot more accurate than me because I get really like lost in thought and I know we've talked about this and I know you kind of feel the same way so it's just kind of like a lot of this is a lot of trial and error. But it's like the thing I'm seeing is just like it's just so it's just like I feel like every time you're here I always talk about it. I'm like it just feels inflated, you know? Like I get it, Trump won the presidency. We just had Powell, but it's just like, dude, it's got I'm not trying to time the end, you know? I'm trying to just say like, brother, like when it's down, like when we've had down days recently, they've been down. Like it's not like a buck or two. It's been like 5, 8, 6, sometimes $10 like on the SPY and the QQQ. Like oh wow, I just let it run way past my stop loss. All right, I don't want to stare at this graph until close. I believe it'll come down. I believe we're gonna hit another compression, and then from there, it's a lot of wait and see. That's the thing. It's just so much. It's just so much wait and see. It's just like I don't. The thing is like I don't know who puts money into this shit. Like who's pumping this, right? Like which banks are pumping this? Because like every time it's popped down big, you know. See, I'm different. Like I also even if I'm losing, I like to just stare at it. I love to stare at it because it makes it less scary. If that's just me. We broke through 514. We're back into 513.99. I like staring at it too, but it's pointless when you trade with algos. You won't do anything anyway. I want to get to that point. I really would. Because I do feel like sometimes like the most the thing that I find is that like I'm probably the biggest inconsistency in my algorithms and charts and shit. I like having this here, but it absolutely just fucks my whole graph up and it drives me crazy. PFF. I was expecting a red 5-minute candle. Okay, we still have 4 minutes, but still. See, like I'm watching that 3 minutes. So okay, I've color coded my lines so you can just kind of point them out as well. Is that I love that. I love the double down on the 1 minute RSI. Yellow is 15, blue is 1, red is 3. The the double down, dude. The fucking double. Again, I don't want to give away like too much, but like we're in a compression again. We're in another compression. If it goes down a bit more, it has to get below 514 and stay there. That's the hard part, but I think based on just what we are seeing, yeah, okay. Okay, this is the important part. This is the important part right here, this line. I'm looking at SPX. You're looking at QQQ a bit different. How many minutes till a new 3-minute? 224. Yep, it's going to touch it. But it's got to break it and hold past it. Hey man, what's going on here? Money, 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 money. Hi Toulouse. We're doing work stuff. That's like the one thing, man. It's just like this fucking. We're not gonna know till the next minute. If this next candle is red, that's good. Now we need to break that line you have. I know. I know. But we're in a compression. So like just keep an eye up here on this chart. We're on the downward with the MACD too. I know it's a basic indicator, but I mean it's been fairly to just quickly run through. Green is up and up, blue is up and down, yellow is down and up, and red is down and down. And then obviously the lines are crossovers. You know, I barely ever look at the 5-minute. No. Give it a second. Trust. Yeah, it's still very indecisive, but we're in a compression. Okay, like if I had to say like worst case scenario is it doesn't make a decision and it just flatlines all the way to close. That's like worst case scenario. When is the next 3-minute? 27. Telling you, dude, the 3-minute The 3-minute. What? If it doubles down on the 3-minute RSI, we're good. $30 more seconds till a 3-minute candle. BRB. Faux show. I better see a red candle when I'm back. You might see it before you leave. Yeah. It doubled down on the 3-minute. Now it has to stay and hold past 13. But it's still fucking so indecisive. It is holding strong. Sometimes I wish I had an eye tracker to show you where I'm looking. All right. We held past, but now it has to keep going, which is just going to be, I mean, dude, why does it want to stay above 14 so bad? We ran all the way down to 1380. It's got to get past 85. I think I think I bought too early, but it's got to get past 85. 85 is that marker right there. That's a good start. The next is 50. 50 is the next mark. Jesus Christ, since the election results are final, some left people are going nuts. Oh, I know. I live here. Another 3-minute candle. Damn it. Oh, no. It's another 15-minute. I feel a little sorry for you. Yeah, it's interesting for sure. This 15-minute candle is going to be really tricky to navigate. 85, man. I told you, dude. I knew that 85 mark was going to be difficult. That 15-minute candle, dude. That fucker screwed us. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. Yeah, it's gone. We'll take the hit. Hold on. Because we're in another fucking compression, dude. BF 2042 is 92% on sale. Dude, I know. I was wrong. I was wrong. Oh, I was so wrong. Just show how desperate they are. Dude, that game is... I don't know. It's not Battlefield to me. Like, I played Battlefield 3 and 4. Those were my go-tos, man. So I'm out of this position right now because not only was I was fighting a few things. I was fighting just this 15-minute candle as well as time degradation, and time degradation is really coming into play right now. I bought it 40 and it just got crushed. Like, you need a sprint. BF and Cotter, in my eyes, the same. Run around, be crazy and aiming, and no new content. Real. Okay, hold on. I need to add this to the journal. A little bit, but not really. Need to add this to my journal. So while you walked away, what happened is we rolled into 12:30 and a new 15-minute candle popped, and that fucked us. Yeah, I'm out. I'll go over it in a second. I need to add this to the journal. Uh, that was a much longer hold than it should have been. I agree that it should have dropped, but not because of, not necessarily because of Powell, but it was just in a compression and it was just absolutely going nowhere. So I probably should have gotten out sooner, but like a lot of the signals look good and the 15-minute kind of just jumped out at me. Like I didn't realize how close we were to 12:30. Like that really screwed me. And the other thing is that time degradation was fucking me. Like I need like I would have like I need like a minute, like I need a full dollar move if I was gonna make anything on that, which would have been like little the hold on. I was gonna lose. I think I was gonna lose regardless. So I was in this one. I got it for 40. I need to work. See, like I've got a lot of thoughts in my head on why it didn't work out, and I'm trying to like go. I'm trying to like pick them out as like I find them. It should be systematic approach, not emotional. It was like it lined up, and the reason I got out is because it broke it broke the trend. It bounced really hard and it broke the trend, and I'm like, okay. And I'm like, all right. And like the 15-minute showed up, and I was just like, okay, dude, I've been killed by 15-minute candles before, right? And the 3-minute absolutely should, dude. The 3-minute should have ripped fucking here, like that, like that hard stance on that. But the good things are, here are the good things, because I would like to point out some of the good. The ranges, fucking money, spot on, spot on. Look at that. Okay, that's a hard bounce, but the range caught it. You see? That's a good thing. Bad thing, I know to not trade later in the day because I just get burned like really aggressively on end of the day trades because we've got 20 minutes left till market close, and that thing ran for, I bought it like up here, dude. And we had almost a 50-cent move and I still got burned on it. And new range. New range. Hold on, I want to try something. We have a new range. If it holds, it's a new range. So now the lockout is in reverse. So now it's like $2 still a new 15-minute. Well, I'm gonna leave you trading. Good luck and sleep well later. For sure. Thanks to Lusk. I appreciate you stopping by. Don't be a stranger now. I really need a third monitor, dude. Not being able to see like my shit in real time is really no bueno. Interesting. The calls have not lost that much value. Oh yeah, dude, that 513 put is just getting killed. When's the next 3-minute? 45. Okay, so it's gonna signal right as the new 15-minute comes in, and I think personally, I think unless it breaks that line, unless it breaks that blue line, we're gonna close up. Yep. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Okay. So a few things. Another takeaway. We just finished. We just closed another position. So I want a screenshot. Put it in the trade journal. You know the drill. Hold on. I'm being careful about this really quick. Just being careful. Damn, I could have gotten 200 for that, but that's fine. I just want it out. I don't like holding stuff too long. Move that back. Pull you back up. Okay. I want to go over this with Laura when she gets back because I think this was a much better example of our paths and ranges. Adding this to the journal. Like, we didn't make a crazy amount on it, but we did make money on it. Okay. I'm not, dude, that's perfectly fine. We made like 8, like. See, God doesn't let me lose money, knock on wood. He lets me lose it and then make it back. Hold on. 1906. Wait, hold on. How much was it? That wasn't $10, was it really? No, it wasn't. Whoa. Big crush at close. Oh, I see red. Ooh, my shorts. Okay, that sounds weird. Gamer. Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat. I'm going through my trade journal. One second. When did we get in this? 12:45, 12:42. Entry 12:45. Exit 12:07. Note. I want to go over the trade I made in a second. So, okay, the trade. The trade. Move this back over. This. I need a third monitor. Okay. So we caught the little rotation because I was just like, I can't ignore the bounce because like I saw it and I'm just like I can't fucking let it go. And I mean it ripped. I got out a little early, but like I mean it was still a good trade. And I'm really just trying to focus on like having more goods than bads. It's really difficult to get optimal sells at losses. Like it's like almost like I feel like it's almost impossible. But like I think the reason why this trade didn't work is that it was in range, it was good, it was a good spot. It didn't work because in my opinion on my end, I don't know for you, Laura, but like for me personally, the reason it didn't work is that it was we were dealing with a lot of time degradation and it was out of the money. And it was just not gonna it just wasn't gonna work. It just like analytically it's like we wrote it out from like up here to here, and in doing that we lost 20 bucks. Like so a bit frustrating. But the next trade after that, even though we didn't make as much, it was still better. It was a much better trade, like a substantially statistically better trade than the first one. Um, I think these are the points where like I really want to work on sizing. Was it a zero? Yes, yes, it was. I don't know I don't know what your contracts are. I assumed yours were 0 to expiration, but I could be wrong. I don't know, but mine was. Mine was a 0 days to expiration. The one I just closed had 1 day on it. I'm not trading SPX. I'm shorting equities. Oh, okay. Interesting. See, like, I don't even know how to short. Like, that's something I feel like I'm missing out on. And I don't think it's something I can practice because even on my mom's account, you know what? I've actually never tried. Is that something that could be done? You might have. I might ask you for some help on that, but like, because here's the thing, right? Is that I want my good trades to be, um, show that they're valuable, right? Because when I have losers, right? When I have losers, the losses just get fucking absolutely run over. You know what I mean? Like it's so much harder to stop the loss because you say 20 and then it's like the next thing you know you blink and it's 25, right? You blink again it's 30. Like it just gets absolutely trampled in a loss situation. But then when you gain, like you have to hold for like 20 minutes and hope for everything, like hope for the best to get like anything out of it, right? And I'm also assuming you're playing like you're using way more money than I'm using to short equities because I'm assuming like it's not like that's the thing about options, you can get them for so cheap, so cheap. 50K in is that like 50K in positions right now? Yeah, like I can't fucking do that. Like I'm not doing. That's not smart for me. Whoa. And you're trading on company money too. See, like I just want to again, these are like the days where I'm like I need to work on my coding because one I want to take like the meaty fleshy bit out of the equation for myself as well as like how do I put it? Like it's just like I just want to get it as systemic as possible and analytic as possible. Like it's just like I don't know. Because you're doing something that's way smarter than options, like way smarter. Sent. Holy shit. Like I can't stress it. Like I want to do what you're doing, like so badly. And as the days goes on, as the days add up, and as like time goes on, I do feel like I'm getting a lot better. I'm getting like really like I don't want to toot my own horn a bit, but like with like the grace of God and the help of my God, is just like I feel like we are making way more accurate trades, like way more accurate. Like this week and the day, and like I think like Friday and like last week in general, like we were making really accurate trades, really accurate. And the like apart from like the the second to last one I made, they were very accurate. Like the second to last one was just a bit of a doozy because it was if we had bought the equity, right? If we had bought the equity rather than the option, we would have made money on that 100%. Oh, 100% we would have made money on that. No question. Um but since it was the option and and I was dealing with time degradation, so let me see. Does it get? Let me go over here. I'm just doing a little experiment. I'm not doing anything. I just need to see if it can be done. Was not found in cash in account. If you hold the security in a different account, you will need to modify your order. So then let me go over here. So let me go here. Because if I can short equities rather than fucking, because that's the thing. That's the thing that drives me fucking batshit about options is is that they're cheap, but they're so risky. They're so risky. Beneficiaries, capital gains, options margin. Oh, is this not on margin? Unable to add margin. You cannot add margin to a retirement account. See, I love Fidelity, dude. I fucking love Fidelity, but dude, they are so frustrating to deal with because they do so much hand holding. And I know for a fact I can't do shorting on Schwab. I can't short equities on Schwab without $2,000, and I don't have $2,000. I'm logging into Schwab really quick. Oh, profile. Yeah, access margin. The sharp margin line of credit accrues added flexibility. Wait, can I already do it? Because, like, if I can just short positions, I would ditch options, like, tomorrow. The following order addition to place in the account into concern position with the MPR inside a VPR may result in higher margin requirement. Did this operating trade? Oh, right. Okay. Fuck me. I have to do this tomorrow. So, Laura, if you stop by tomorrow, can you remind me? I don't want to do that right now. Because I actually might be able to do this. If this is something I'm able to... Fuck, dude, I'm not going to have that answer till tomorrow. So, I used all my... I wanted to just quickly test out a short. But I used all my day trades. I just wanted to quickly hop in, hop out. Just to see if it would let me do it. And I don't want to hold a short that I know is going to be dog shit. What if we go to SQQ though? Rejected. This security is currently hard to borrow. Short sale orders for HTV securities. I really hate that it just fucking rejected. I want, but why? Trying to read it. Hold on, wait. Oh, this is what I love about this. Hold on, I can just do this. Rejected. The security is hard to borrow. Short sale orders for HTV securities are not accepted between the hours of 8 p.m. Eastern Time and 7 a.m. Eastern due to short sale location requirements. Please re-enter your order during the standard market sell. Oh, okay. Okay. Which ticker are you trying to short? If it's HTB. SQQ. I'm just trying to see if I can do it. Isn't it an ETF? Yes. I don't know if you can short them anyway, I guess. But I don't think it's common to short ETFs. With that, if you're willing and able, can you tell me like which one, like one position that you're shorting right now? I'm just trying to see if I can even do it. That's all I'm trying to do. But if you're not comfortable, that's fine as well. Why don't you just look at Tesla or some share? Because I want to try it on something that's not going to absolutely bankrupt this account. So the reason I'm not doing that is because I only have one day. I used my last day trade just now, like on that QQQ option, and I don't want to hold it overnight. I kind of want to get into something that's going to be just kind of dog shit or just like not move. Let me without it cuz like I'm working with 300 bucks is all I got, right? I'm just trying to find something that's fairly inexpensive to like I just don't want to get killed. Like that's like the only thing I'm really thinking about. So I'm trying to find something that's cheap and shit that potentially you could borrow from. So I'm just trying to like run through my I'm just running through my stuff to see if there's anything that just stands out. With my shorts, you'd kill your account. I know. That's why I'm trying to find something cheap. Like I'm just trying to find something around like 30, like 40 to 20 bucks. They move a lot usually. That's why. Okay, so here's my like this doesn't have to be done right this second, and which is why I was asking if you would come by tomorrow to remind me or just like shoot me a DM if I don't remember myself. I'd probably remember. But because tomorrow I'll have another trade available. The account I'd like to practice on is it's a retirement account, so I can't, and it's Fidelity, so I can't trade margin on Fidelity, which is a little annoying. Side note, this song bangs, dude. Also, in your opinion, do you think sub like $1,000 would even be worth it to do shorting? Like what in your opinion, what amount of money would be ideal? Why not? Just because of the lack of dollar amount, usually. No other reason. Just like the positions you would get in are really small. Well, if it works, okay. So here's where my head's at. If it's on like, okay, well if it's something like Tesla moved a lot. Like from here to here is like $4, but I don't know. I don't think it really matters, but it shouldn't affect your gain goals. Like you shouldn't aim for too high returns. I would just so here's my objective, right? Especially with something like this, and this is what I'm trying to ballpark is I want to I obviously like my objective is to make money. But I want just like I've been spoiled by options, right? I don't even know how I want to word this. I just want it to feel like it means something because like dude, like I can plot patterns and shit all fucking day long and I'm kind of patting myself on the back because I fucking nailed that bounce. And that was a line I drew fucking early. Like I nailed that bounce. I nailed that recession. I nailed the compression. Like and then earlier in the day was the same thing. Um so I'm just trying to get the most out of it as possible. And the thing about options that drives me fucking crazy is like I get killed on commission. Like I just get absolutely fucking dogpiled on commission. There's a lot of ways I can go about doing this or like just kind of like because my objective or my target not only is to make money but it's efficiency. With shorts, you might sometimes even get paid a premium. I had a commission yesterday. Really? I had a minus commission yesterday. Okay, so like let me just say this as an example, right? So you open a short for Tesla and someone pays you the 65-cent commission to buy that share from you. Or you buy it from them. You know what? Wait, you just sent it to me. What? Now, is that on your own or is that through your company? You get compensation for providing liquidity. Company. Ah. That wouldn't be something I would get for being a single trader though, would it? I don't know if it's only for bigger orders. That's still an interesting thought though. And was that amount based on per share or was that based on just one? Was that just a one-time thing or was that per share? Like I'm being discreet. Like okay, so like if you got $1 commission, is that for each share or is that just for like the entire lot? Because dude, I'm so sick of getting burned on options. Like I make like pittance on the option. It's like I can make a good amount consistently, but it's like when the thing is it's the losses. It's just like I can go on my trade journal and I probably have more wins than losses, but the losses are so much bigger than the wins because the losses just get out of control. Like they are just like when you lose in an option, they're just in fucking free fall. Because I'm trading on minutes. I'm not trading on like day by day. I think swing trading options is just a bad idea. Like it's a complete crapshoot. As I know the entire lot. Interesting. Like I'm just trying to make my trades smarter and more just like yeah, just smarter. I'm just trying to make my trades smarter. I'm like sitting here like contemplating and thinking like just like how it's a lot to think about. It is a lot to think about. I'm gonna explore it for sure. Because like I've wanted to just like not necessarily get out of options, but I would like to replace them with something a little more consistent. Because here's the thing, right? Let me like paint a picture, right? I get to this point where I see like, okay, like you see 22, right? 22 cents per contract, right? And if this fluctuates to 25, I'm out. Like I've missed my window. 23 maybe I could justify, but it never stays within that window ever. Like I've got like a dollar, $2 window, and it's like if I'm trying to snipe, it never stays there. It never stays within my window, and it's just gone. And if I do a market order, I get killed because like it's always going to fill you at the highest price. By the way, today Finland released the public tax records for everyone who earned more than 120K in 2023. Are you on that list? It's always released in November. Ooh, they did a cover of Party All the Time? No, especially not in 2023. See, I'm trying to get on that list. I don't even live in Finland, and I'm trying to get on that list. I do feel like today was very. Every day doesn't. It just every day has been feeling like this has been a really good learning experience, or just like I feel like my knowledge has expanded just that much more every day since July. It's been like, or like even just the end of July. I've just felt like holy shit, that makes sense. This is this. This equals that. Boom, 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 boom. And then I get to practice it, and I get to practice it really consistently. Because, dude, I'm not making enough money. And I feel like I have a skill set that is very valuable. If I could get, is there, I know, I want to get around the coding part. Because, like, that is the one part of this that I am just completely inexperienced in. But, because I can make someone money, dude. I can absolutely make I can make a hedge fund fucking money. I can make a bank some fucking money because I make my mom money. The number one thing is that you're interested and motivated. That is very true, and I'm glad you pointed that out. Because sometimes, like, I get so like, you're so into the thing that you're forgetting that you're into the thing. Does that make sense? Like, I'm so motivated and I'm so into it that I'm like, I forget how truly into it I am. Like, there's just a lot. There's a lot going on, and I'm like, I'm so eager because like anyone can learn coding and trading, but not everyone is into it. Yeah. Oh, for sure. I will say though, it is just like I say I'm not into coding, but it's just purely because I haven't done any. Right? I've never done it, and it's always like it's like learning anything new. You always want to just be amazing at it, and you're just you know like nothing wrong with that. It's just like, dude, because the lowest yearly salary I saw for quant trading that I saw just like off my basic search was 85,000 a year, which is 20,000 more than what my mom makes. And I'm a very socially anxious person. Like I don't feel like I do very well around people, but I will put this as like a but when I'm in a space where I know everyone has a similar interest and everyone a similar goal and everyone wants to do the same thing, I definitely thrive more because at least I can fall back on, oh, they know this. I want to get better at this. And I'm like, and like Aiden pointed it out very recently that it was a very good point. Is that like you can get out whenever you want. To be honest, the environment should also be non-toxic. I feel like in finance you can easily have strong egos. Oh, of course. But the thing is, I'm stubborn as shit. Egos I can handle. Like, that's the thing. Like, if I'm in a space where I know that people are like, it's a common interest thing, right? I can handle that. I can handle douchebags. I can handle bad people. It's when people, I was talking about this earlier, is that when I'm introduced to people where I'm not in a common interest, where I'm not in a common space with these toxic individuals, that's where I'm like, okay, I don't know what the fuck is going on. But like in a space like, for example, like I've been trying to go to like as many of my friends' races as possible, because it's like it's a space where we all share the same interest of cars and driving, right? You can walk up to basically anybody and have a good like a similar conversation, and there are egos. Oh my god, everyone's got a fucking ego. Everyone's got a point to make. Everyone's got 2 cents. Everyone does. But navigating them isn't the most treacherous thing ever. So, and it's just like I feel fairly confident that I could navigate something like that, especially if I can find something that's remote, because I'm kind of not in a great location for, like a quant finance gig. But like I'll keep looking for sure. Hold on, I need to move this over. Put you back over. Yeah. But yeah, like I'm not worried about the people. If we can have a similar interest, I don't care. Like I know my stuff's good. And if they're in that position, I know their stuff's good. And I'm like, you know, I am very certain that like I'm sure these people think like they're geniuses. At least some of them do. And it's just like I'm like you can almost be overachieving. I'm sure you think the same way to some extent, where it's just like, "Oh man, I'm so nervous. I hope all my stuff is lined up and I hope I'm making money." Right? And then there's some fucking dingleberry that works there who makes the same amount of money as you, and they're losing like hundreds of thousands of dollars like every other month, you know? But they have like 1 month where they make 500 grand. So it's just like I don't that's maybe like really exaggerated, but you know what I mean, right? And I just uh are you like do you have like quant analysis on your job title as well, or is it just quant trader? Okay. Mm. I'm just going through job titles and just like looking at what I need to do. I'm just looking for like, what are they asking for? Um cuz this is definitely something I can do. Like if they fucking it's just like if I just send I'll send you a video. Please do. Any information you can any information that you think would be valuable or net or just think it would help, just send it. I don't care what it is. I don't care how little it is. It's kind of hard to tell the difference between like things that are too good to be true. You know what I mean? That's all. It's like that's where I just get kind of like sussed out. Because when you see something with a job title, this is literally what I'm talking. Like, yeah, like the payouts, like the salaries are crazy, dude. Like, I'm seeing like shit like 300,000 to a million a year, 400,000, 200,000. The lowest I've seen is 85. Like, it's crazy. And so many of these are remote. The guy has made a site that shows what kind of skill different role for. Ooh, I like the sound of that. I appreciate that. Yeah, man. Like I think if I'm really excited to see what next year's gonna be like, dude. I'm really excited to see what next year's gonna bring because like I really feel like I'm in the refinement stage of the strategy. Thank God, dude. Like every day it just feels like it gets a little tighter. You know what I mean? Every day it just feels like it gets a little more precise. And with the accuracy and with the data that I can use is that like with the line drawing that I've been doing, um plotting like where the code should look got a little easier because that was the thing I was like really freaking out about is like I didn't know how to like how would I plot data for this, right? And I was talking to Toomer, who I don't you've seen Toomer in the chat. He's describing like possibly like finding or just find building an algorithm that plots uh if you can train it to plot those trends that I draw, right? That's another way you can do it. You'll be great, no question. Like that helps a lot. It's a big confidence booster because, I think I appreciate it a lot more from you because you're definitely I mean, you're in the spot, right? You're in there. It means a lot more coming from you than like, most other people because it's just like and apart from like the motivation, like I'm sick of just not having any fucking money. Like I talked about it earlier today, man. I'm like, dude, this has got to change. And and like the thing is like the difference is that earlier this year I was trying to find a job in you could use machine learning to make it learn where to draw the lines, but also you could just give it some parameters to look for. Like look for higher lows and highs and remain in the range. See, this is why like you're really helpful. Like you're helping me like you and Tumor, man, like are like way bigger. Like I think like you guys are really helping me like just kind of expand the horizon just like that much more. Like because like I was trying to find work in finance management. I was trying to find work in like being a CPA or CFA, certified financial assistant or analyst or whatever, but the amount of licenses, the amount of work, the amount of bullshit you needed to go. I mean, you needed like 7 different licenses to just even get started, as on top of the fact that you need like a college degree, which I don't have. But the quant trading shit is just like, you smart? Uh-huh. Can you make money? Uh-huh. You're hired. Like, that's what I love about this field. Genuinely. I love it so much. It's so no bullshit. It's just like, can you make money? Yes. Cool. Do you know how to code? Not yet. Okay. Do you know how to read a chart? And can you stare at that chart all fucking day long? Absolutely. I've been doing it I've been doing it since I was 18. I've been doing this for 6 years, staring at it. Staring at it. Even with losers, winners, I stare at it. I just stare at it, stare at it, stare at it. There's a great Bible quote, just look at the snake. If you fear the snake, just look at the snake. And I mean, it's a chart. It looks like a fucking snake. It's great. Even on my days where I just feel like, oh my god, my emotions are in my head and my frustrations are all over the place. They're pointed in what I would consider the right direction. Yeah, I'm gonna call it here in a second. Good night, sweet dreams. I really appreciate the help. I appreciate you sticking around. I appreciate you chatting with me. We're probably gonna do this again tomorrow. I really enjoy these streams. I really do. Good night. Nice stream. I try. But yeah, last point is it's like about this field, gaming, is that like I can keep doing this. If I do this job, like I can keep doing this as long as I like just I can afford a third screen. Anyway, that's gonna probably be it for me today. I love you fuckers. It's nice when my trades are going well. It's nice when I like it when my data lines up. That's all I care about. I like when I get winning trades too, and we're gonna try and get more winning trade. I'm gonna try the shorting tomorrow, and we'll go from there. All right. I love you fuckers. I gotta go eat. I got fucking food in the other room, but I'm gonna keep pursuing this. Love you fuckers. See you tomorrow. Kisses. Good night. See ya.